infantry soldier or by the armored tanks. So, the battlefield, it's basically a perfect battlefield in the making. So, yes, Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Major. Taking a short break here on Republic TV, and we are live from the studios, the war room and the front line, live at the LOC and IB. When we come back, getting you reports from across the international border. Stay tuned.
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. Of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you. I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down.
Getting a live report coming in from the Attari border where Pakistani nationals have been deported. This comes after the government has taken the stringent decision of not allowing Pakistani nationals to be in India. Take a look at this report.
बेटे के साथ मैंने अपने बेटे के साथ वापस जाना है.
Tears, uncertainty and grief loom large at the Attari border. In India's resolve to put an end to Pakistan's cowardly terror attacks, the Ministry of External Affairs mandated all Pakistani nationals to leave India with immediate effect. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Home Affairs has exempted many from the sudden deportation. This includes Pakistani Hindus whose visa applications are under review. In Rajasthan's Jodhpur, where the concentration of Pakistani nationals is the highest, new directives say that Muslim women who are married to Indian citizens and have applied for long-term visa are not required to leave the country.
यहाँ पर भी जो पाकिस्तानी थे वो कह रहे थे उनके पास आधार कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है, वोटर कार्ड है। मैंने कहा कि आप बाय बर्थ सिटीजनशिप आपकी पाकिस्तान की है। इसके अलावा और भी जो लोग हैं, कुछ लोग आज भी यहाँ पर लाइन में लगे हुए हैं और उन्हें भी वापस भेजा जा रहा है। कुछ लोग यहाँ पर एक और जो ये गाड़ी है, ट्रैवलर है, इसमें भी जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान हैं और कुछ यहाँ पर नागरिक हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस उन्हें लेकर आई है जो पाकिस्तानी नागरिक है, अवैध रूप से यहाँ पर रह रहे थे। और यहाँ कुछ और भी लोग आज भी लाइन में लगकर आए हुए हैं जिन्हें पाकिस्तान जाना था। हालांकि अभी सवाल ये है कि कल तक आखिरी दिन था, आखिरी तारीख थी, तब तक आप नहीं गए तो क्या आज उन्हें जाने दिया जाएगा? अभी तो फिलहाल डिपोर्टेशन का प्रोसेस जारी है। लगातार जो डिपोर्ट किए जा रहे हैं लोग अलग अलग जगहों से आए थे। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवानों से हमने बात की, उन्होंने यही कहा कि अभी और भी बसें आएंगी, यानी कि यह एक्शन लगातार जारी रहेगा।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते हैं।
Sir, fans शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you.
knowing not what's going to hit them. That's exactly the plan. We are going to bring more details, more aspects of that preparedness with which we're going to hit Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines.
The Cabinet Committee of Political Affairs has decided today that caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
Centre announces nationwide caste census, takes swipe at Congress for opposing the exercise.
I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain.
Indian firepower at display. Forces put out video of domination at every front, showcases military preparedness. A big admission by Pakistan. Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar says Islamabad pushed to water down the
की हिफाजत करते हुए नजर आएंगे.
High alert along the India-Pak border in Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Barmer districts of Rajasthan on the western front. Friends, India's military is all prepared to strike at Pakistan. Borders on high alert amid Pahalgam attack aftermath. India has readied a formidable arsenal, including the Rafales and the Sukhois, equipped with BrahMos missiles. The Russian-made advanced Triumph S-400 missile defense system also in place, as also the Pinakas, the rocket system capable of firing 12 rockets within 44 seconds. And of course, not to forget the Akash and the Prithvi missiles. Indian Navy warships armed with BrahMos missiles are also positioned in the Arabian Sea. In fact, we saw their live fire exercises that have been going on since the last 48 hours and more. And essentially, India sending across a message that time has come to make sure that Pakistan pays the price of its harboring of terrorism. We have Harsha live, in fact, from the Western Front, somewhere in the Western sector. Harsha, over to you. Please tell us, without telling us from where exactly in Rajouri you are reporting, what's the preparedness like?
So Abhishek, I'll not tell the village where I'm reporting from, but yes, this is somewhere around 5 to 6 kilometers from the LOC. Behind these mountains is the LOC, and the preparedness I would like to show, because the Kashmiris and civilians have already started preparing. They have started cleaning the bunkers and the place where almost 200 to 400 residents are here. Almost 10 to 15 bunkers have been made right now. This is how this bunker look like, which is 2.5 meters deep, 3.5 meters wide, and 3.5 meters long. The height, if we talk about it all, it's almost 8 foot. But we'll go inside because this entire area has been cleaned for the villagers, that in case there is a cross firing and shelling from the side of Pakistan, how the entire villagers can gather themselves here and can protect themselves from the cross firing. Right now I'm reporting from here. There are 2 doors. This is one door of the bunker. This is the another part of the bunker where we move inside slowly and gradually. They have started moving entire system over here inside the bunker, but this is the cleanliness which they have done right now. Muhammad.
All right, some network issue there. Remember, these are difficult terrains along the border on the Western Front, from where we have our reporters from Kutch in Gujarat to right there in Jammu and Kashmir, and we had Harsha reporting live from Rajouri and the border along that region. Harsha is back with us, I am told. Let's go back to Harsha. Harsha, over to you.
Yes, Abhishek, we can't move more inside because there's a network issue in most of the areas here. But yes, Mohammed is right now with us, who has made this bunker. If we talk about the height, it's almost 8 foot, and I was talking about the width, length, and the depth of this entire bunker. Mohammed ji, आप थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाइए. So this Mohammed has already cleaned the bunker, and he says that how important it is because it's almost 5 kilometers the LOC, and they're scared right now that how the situation if worsens, the nearby villagers can also gather here in the bunker. मोहम्मद जी, अभी जो माहौल है, अभी जो सिचुएशन है आसपास एलओसी की तरफ, आप लोगों को लगता है कि भय का माहौल इतना है और अपनी तैयारी पुख्ता रखनी चाहिए आप लोगों को?
जी, हमने तैयारी तो पूरी कर रख रहे हैं, डर के भी तो अपना तैयारी तो पूरी है. उस वजह से पहलगाम हमले से बाद हम तो डरे तो हुए हैं.
तो पहलगाम अटैक के बाद वहाँ पे जो टूरिस्ट पर हमला हुआ, उसके बाद क्या सभी गांव वाले जो हैं उनका भी ये सोचना है कि अपने घरों में बंकर बना ले, तभी हम सुरक्षित रहेंगे? कल को अगर फौजियों को भी ज़रूरत पड़ी तो कम से कम ये बंकर काम आ सकता है.
वो इस्तेमाल तो करेंगे ना सभी, ज़रूरत तो सबको है बंकर की.
अभी पूरे गांव में क्या माहौल है, क्योंकि डुंगी भी बगल में है और आसपास 3-4 गांव हैं जो एलओसी के करीब पड़ते हैं?
तो सब भी यही है, ये कुछ बैंकर हमारे पास ये थोड़े से हैं, तो बाकी तो है तो परेशानी है सब जी. हमें कोई अपना इंतज़ाम करें या कुछ भी करें, इतना कहाँ करेंगे, गरीब लोग हैं, इतना इंतज़ाम हम नहीं कर सकते. हाँ.
तो एक बंकर में लगभग कितने लोग आ सकते हैं, और अगर पाकिस्तान की तरफ से फायरिंग होती है तो कितनी फायरिंग को झेल सकता है बंकर?
एक इसमें तो यही 50-60 आदमी आएगा इस बैंकर में, तो बाकी इसके ऊपर है तो पक्का है, मजबूत है.
खालिद जी, लगभग कितने बुलेट शॉट, कितनी फायरिंग को झेल सकता है बंकर अगर शेलिंग होती है तो?
देखिए मैम, ये जो बॉर्डर एरिया, फार फ्लंग एरिया है, इस पे जो आपने बात की कि ये कितना झेल सकता है, अगर इसके ऊपर ग्रेनेड पड़ता है तो ये 1-2 ग्रेनेड को निकाल सकता है, उसको सार सकता है. अगर अदरवाइज कहीं दूसरी जगह में पड़ता है, जो उसकी जो लेंथ होती है जैसे बंदे को मारने में, तो ये दीवारों के साथ जब लगता है तो अंडरग्राउंड है, तो ऊपर से वो शली निकल जाती है, तो उससे लोगों की ज़िंदगियाँ बच सकती हैं. जो हमारी आर्मी है वो यहाँ पे काम कर सकती है, यहाँ से अपना पूरा काम जो वो करके पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे सकती है. लिहाजा मेरा कहने का मकसद ये है कि जो हमारे बंकर से ये बड़े कम मात्रा में बने हुए हैं, ये बंकर जो होने चाहिए, ये बंकर होने चाहिए एलसी लाइन से लेकर जहाँ तक 5 किलोमीटर हवाई में तक जो बॉर्डर एरिया पड़ता है, जहाँ तक रेंज आती है, जहाँ से जैसे हमको माहौल खाता है तो इन लोगों को निकाला जाता है.
ये पूरा आपका इलाका है, यहाँ पे कई सारे बच्चे हैं, कई सारी महिलाएं हैं, गांव की आबादी अच्छी खासी है, 1400 करीब के वोटर हैं यहाँ पे. आपको लगता है कि सिर्फ 2-3 बंकरों से काम नहीं चलेगा?
देखिए मैम, ये एक पंचायत है हमारे डुंगी, तो ये हमारा एक मोड़ा है, इसमें 2 बंकर बने हैं, तो ये 2 बंकरों से काम नहीं चलने वाला. तो इसमें मैक्सिमम बंकर होने चाहिए, 100 से 150 बंकर होने चाहिए, 150 के आसपास पर पंचायत में बंकर हो, तो लोगों को कुछ सुरक्षा मिल सकती है, लोगों को अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए ये काम आ सकता है.
अब मोहम्मद जी, अगर इस बंकर के मजबूती की बात करें तो क्या बंकर की मजबूती, ये जो दरवाजे हैं, जो 3 दरवाजे हैं, 2 हिस्सा है बंकर का, क्या ये इतना मजबूत है ये बंकर कि ये सब लोग को अंदर इसमें सेफ भी रहेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे सारे लोग, और अगर फायरिंग होगी तो कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा?
नहीं, नुकसान कोई नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेंगे.
नहीं होगा?
नहीं होगा.
तो ये मजबूत है किस चीज, ये कितनी मजबूती की सरिया लगाई?
जो कुल सरिया में, इसमें कम से कम 35-40 क्विंटल सरिया में जो लगाया हुआ है.
अच्छा, 35-40 सरिया का इस्तेमाल?
हाँ, क्विंटल ये पूरा लगा हुआ है, हमने खुद साथ होके बनाया हुआ.
तो खालिद जी, तो खालिद जी, ये बात देखिए, लगभग कितनी सरियाओं के साथ कितना मजबूत इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम इसे कह सकते हैं बंकर?
देखिए मैम, जो शेलिंग है, शेलिंग के रोकने के लिए ठीक है, बट जो जिस तरह से गोले पड़ते हैं, गोलों के लिए नहीं है. हाँ. गोला यदि इसके ऊपर पड़ेगा तो टूट सकता है.
अच्छा, गोला
हाँ, इतना मजबूत नहीं है कि उस वक्त का जो ड्राइंग बनाई हुई थी ना, वो ड्राइंग इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी. इसकी 1 फुट की जो है ये, और 8 फुट हाइट है, और 2 फुट का इसका लेंटर है. तो इसमें जो शेलिंग होती है, जैसे कहीं दूसरी जगह पड़ता है, तो जो उस एरिया को कवर करता है ना, अगर ये अंडरग्राउंड होगा तो कुछ परसेंट लोग जो है इसमें बच सकते हैं.
So Abhishek, this is how bunkers are being made for safety. Yes, they are saying that it's strong enough to protect several villagers who will take shelter here in case the situation escalates. But yes, I would like to show the mountains also. Behind these mountains is the LOC, and almost 5 villages are. And in fact, 5 villages are along this LOC. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Harsha. Those are good pictures. You know, that gives an idea to us here in the hinterland as to what kind of difficulties people face when a war-like situation emerges, the kind of preparedness that they have to have and be ready to face bullets, shelling, bombs, whatnot. I mean, the manner in which that villager was talking about shelling and bombings, it really gives you an idea of the kind of difficulties, hardships citizens face so that we as a nation can stand strong and inflict costs of terror on Pakistan. As part of that same preparedness, let's show you some more coming in from other parts of the border. Again, on the western front, these are helipads that have been built at many places on the way to the border in Rajasthan. This seems like the general area of Jaisalmer. Now, if there is any problem in the deployment of medical emergency services and military officers need to reach immediately, so these helipads have been prepared. Remember, this is like the highway. This is not a designated helipad, but this is like on the highway, like we have seen a couple of places, more than a couple of places where we have in fact airstrips built over the highways. This is one highway on the road to border in the Rajasthan state where helipads have been marked. Let's look at a ground report coming in from Vaibhav.
हम इस वक्त भारत और पाकिस्तान की सीमा के बहुत नजदीक मौजूद हैं। ये सीधा रास्ता बॉर्डर तक गया है जो भारत और पाकिस्तान को जोड़ता है। लेकिन इस वक्त जो हालात और जो स्थितियां हैं, उन स्थितियों के चलते हमारी इस देश की सेना ने जो तैयारियां की हैं, वो तैयारियां अपने आप में मुकम्मल है। दरअसल इस सड़क पर अस्थायी हेलीपैड का निर्माण किया गया है और आप देख सकते हैं यहां पर ये हेलीमार्ग जो है वो 20 सड़क पर बनाया गया है और अगर कोई भी आपात स्थिति होती है, यहां पर सेना के डिप्लॉयमेंट को लेकर कोई यहां पर तत्काल आवश्यकता पड़ती है या फिर यहां पर किसी भी तरह की हेल्थ इमरजेंसी का कोई इश्यू होता है, उस हेल्थ इमरजेंसी और साथ ही यहां पर अगर कोई बड़ा सैन्य अधिकारी पहुंचता है तो इस जगह पर उस हेलीकॉप्टर से उस अधिकारी को या फिर जरूरत के अनुसार सेना इस हेलीपैड को किसी भी तरह से इस्तेमाल कर सकती है। यह सड़क सीधा बॉर्डर को जाती है और हमारे ठीक सामने ये रास्ता जैसलमेर की तरफ गया है और इस मुख्य सड़क पर इस हेलीपैड का निर्माण किया जाना अपने आप में यह बताने के लिए काफी है कि हमारी देश की सेना ने हर मुमकिन तैयारी कर रखी है पड़ोसी मुल्क पाकिस्तान को उसकी हर एक नापाक हरकत का माकूल जवाब देने के लिए। राजस्थान से लगती पाकिस्तान की ये सीमा, जिस सीमा पर पूरी तरह से अब अलर्ट घोषित कर दिया गया है क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तरफ से यह साफ कह दिया गया है कि देश की सेना को पूरी तरह से छूट है, कब कहां और कैसे एक्शन लेना है ये प्लान सेना ही इस देश की तय करेगी। उसके बाद से इस सीमा पर पूरी तरह से अलर्ट है। सबसे पहले मैं अपने दर्शकों को तस्वीर दिखाऊं तो चारों तरफ आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ रेगिस्तान नजर आएगा और इस रेगिस्तान में यहां पर हमारी देश की सेना के जवान जो हैं वो पूरी तरह से डटे हुए हैं। ये वो तमाम बंकर हैं जिन बंकरों को बिल्डअप किया गया है और इन बंकरों को दोबारा से अब रिस्टार्ट किए जाने की पूरी कवायद जो है वो शुरू कर दी गई है। ये बंकर थोड़ा सा पुराने जरूर है लेकिन इन बंकरों को भी एक बार फिर से अब यहां पर शुरू किए जाने की कवायद तेज हो चुकी है। मेरे विजय महेश अगर एक बार आपको आगे से दिखाएंगे तो मैं इस बंकर के अंदर से आपको तस्वीर दिखाऊं क्योंकि आप देखिएगा इस बंकर के दो यहां पर 3 दरवाजे जो हैं ये खिड़की नुमा खुलते हैं और इसी दरवाजे से इसी खिड़की से हमारे सेना के जवान जो हैं वो अलर्ट मूड में नजर आएंगे और यहां से अगर नापाक पाकिस्तान इस देश की सरहद में घुसने की कोशिश करता है तो उस पाकिस्तान को सबक सिखाया जा सके। ये इस बंकर की पहली खिड़की है, ये इस बंकर की दूसरी खिड़की है और इसके ठीक बगल यानी कि अगर हम बाएं तरफ चले तो ये इस बंकर की तीसरी खिड़की है और इस खिड़की से हमारे सेना के जवान पूरी तरह से मुस्तैदी से इस सरहद की हिफाजत करते हुए नजर आएंगे। सिर्फ एक बंकर नहीं है, अगर आप थोड़ा सा सामने नजर दौड़ाएं तो वहां पर भी एक और बंकर है और ये लाइन से तकरीबन बॉर्डर तक यहां पर तमाम बंकर हैं जिन बंकरों को अब दोबारा से एक्टिव कर दिया गया है। लोहे की मोटी चादर से बने ये बंकर काफी मजबूत और हर मौसम में टिकाऊ हैं। हालांकि टेम्परेचर जो है वो इस बंकर के अंदर बाहर की अपेक्षा बहुत ज्यादा है, लेकिन इन तमाम चुनौतियों के बावजूद भी हमारी देश की सेना हमारी देश के सुरक्षा के प्रहरी, हमारी देश के सरहदों के प्रहरी पूरी तरह से मुस्तैद और तैयार हैं कि अगर नापाक पाकिस्तान हमारी देश की सरहद में घुसने की कोशिश करता है तो उसको माकूल जवाब दिया जा सके।
All right, a breaking news development coming in, big one. The DGMOs of India and Pakistan have established contact, and that happened yesterday. The Director Generals of Military Operations, the DGs Directors General of Military Operations, the DGMOs of the respective countries, on a hotline had a conversation on the unceasing ceasefire violations by Pakistan since the April 22 Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan has been indulging in small arms fire every night, every day since the last 5-6 days. And in fact, this is the highest number of small arms fire incidents that have come in from the Pakistani side. The number is 2,651 small arms fire and ceasefire violations being carried out, having been carried out by Pakistan. India has warned in those DGMO talks yesterday that if this continues, there would be costs. And the Pakistanis obviously jittery now, and that's why we have seen the kind of press conferences that they are carrying out. DG ISPR yesterday made a mockery of himself by alleging that Indian soldier or an officer was involved in some kind of terror activity in Pakistan. All right, we have in fact a ground report explaining to you, friends, of the kind of ceasefire violations that have been carried out by Pakistan and what impact it has had on our side of the border. Let's have a look.
Right now we are in the Pragwal sector of the international border, and here Pakistan resorted to 6 cross-border firings in the last night that were happened along the line of control as well as the international border. Pakistan was given a befitting reply, but this is a crisis time for the farmers here, because all those machine owners that have come along with their big machines to harvest their crops, they have decided that they will be heading back. Because I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you first the visuals of this very area and also the Pakistani post that is there, from where the Pakistan used to target these areas, and that is what the prime concern for these people are, that they don't know what lies next for them, because these machine operators that have come from Punjab, they have decided to return. I have with me these operators of the machines, so we'll try to speak to them also. आप लोग पहले मतलब काफी देर तक रुकते थे, इस बार आप लोग जल्दी जा रहे हैं?
सारा फायरिंग हो रही है जी, खतरा है जान को।
5 महीने लास्ट जाते हैं।
हाँ, 4 महीने लग जाते हैं।
इस बार तो 2-3 महीने में चल रहा है। नहीं अभी 15
दिन हुए तो है।
15 दिन में ही वापसी आप लोग?
हाँ, डर लग रहा है, डर
लग रहा है। मुझे एक बात बताइए, पूरा इलाका आपने देखा है, अभी क्या आधी फसल कटी है कि नहीं?
आधी कट गई, आधी रहेगी, आधी से ज्यादा पड़ी है अभी।
से ज्यादा रहेगी। अब ये
अब जा रहे हैं वापस, खतरा है।
किसी ने कहा नहीं कि ठीक हो जाएगा हालात?
नहीं, सब यही कह रहे भी खतरा है, खतरा है। हमने पूछा है कई को।
रात को भी फायर हुआ?
रात 2 फायरिंग हुए हैं।
आप समझ सकते हैं that the firing has taken place. We have some local farmers with us also. आप मुझे ये बताइए देविदास जी, आपसे बात जब मैं कर रहा था, क्या लगता है मतलब अगर ये लोग चले जाएंगे तो आपकी फसल जो है वो तो कहीं खराब ना हो जाए?
बर्बाद ही होगा, फिर कौन काटेगा? आता सौदा भी काटता कोई नहीं है ना, तो बर्बाद ही होगा। जिम्मेदार लोग मारे जाएंगे बेचारे। अभी पानी भी नहीं आ रहा, नहर में आग लग जाएगी, कहाँ से जलाएंगे? आग बजाने के लिए पानी भी नहीं मिल रहा है ना। किसी जगह तो आग लग गई है। अभी तो 1 गाड़ी है, 2 गाड़ी है परगवाल में, तो जहाँ पहुँचती है वो अब तक जल जाता है। 10-20 लाख जल जाता है।
10-20 लाख जल जाता है। दिस इज एक्चुअली द क्राइसिस दैट द फार्मर्स आर फेसिंग.
Major Samar Tour explains where India can hit Pakistan if both countries go to war. Listen to him. He's someone who has been in the forces. He knows what he's talking about.
As far as the strike options are concerned for the Indian Armed Forces, so you see the first priority will be the launch pads, the terrorist launch pads from where these terrorists come in. They basically take harbor or take rest. Then they reorganize and regroup, and from there they are dispatched by the Pakistan fraternity. And so keeping this in mind, we have places like Muridke, Then you have Shankargarh, Bimbar, then Kotli. You have a place called Samani, then Rawala Kot, Lipa, then you have Kundal Shahi, then you have Taubat and Kel. So these are the hubs where all the tanzeems are there. They are like, transit camps for these infiltrators. So when they are infiltrating or into India, or they are exfiltrating back to Pakistan from India, from our territory. So these are the places where they are received with open arms and given full support, which mainly includes arms, ammunition, rations and medicines, which keep them going. And so this is the place. And now they started with the new modus operandi of, noting down the grid references where they have weapon sachets. So the infiltrating terrorists usually are now coming in with only ammunition and small arms, so that it is easier for them to come in and quicker for them to reach the place where the weapon sachets are in the thickly dense forests of the Pir Panjal. And with local support, of course, 99% there is local support involved. And then they move in to carry out their Fidain missions. So we can have basically drone strikes, keeping in mind, the risk factor and the escalation factor. So drones, unmanned combat aerial vehicle, that is UCAVs. UCAVs can easily be used so that, there is no threat to our own forces and we meet the objectives. But you see, now it will become a regular affair of drone strikes wherever high value targets are there. So that can be achieved. Then keeping in mind FPV drones, or you could say the suicide drones, they are going to play a very crucial and critical factor because the accuracy is, impeccably correct. And they are connected with satellites and they are also in autonomous modes. So they can easily go and acquire targets. They are very difficult to be detected by radar. So that is one critical weapon systems that, we have a plethora of these weapon systems which can be used. Second option we have is by using attack helicopters and missile systems. We also have now laser designated weapon systems. So you see, the options are now increasing by the day. And if we take it from the Navy, we can go in for a naval blockade, because see, one of the major reasons is why all the countries' ambassadors have been called for briefing on the Pahalgam attack is probably Pakistan is going to be isolated in all spheres, economically, socially, politically, all around the world. And with they already having a crashed economy, I don't think they will be able to sustain now without water as well. So it is a matter of few months where probably the water shortage is basically going to hit them hard in the face. And with Prime Minister Modi's declaration of war against terrorism, and also, it also includes the perpetrators or those who back terrorists to carry out these dastardly attacks. So I believe the West is, in full support of India. And I think it is a green signal from the world for us to go ahead and now, pull out these perpetrators by their tongues and drag them by their necks and burn them to the ground. So this is what it is going to be like. And options are many, and we can go in depth and detail as time progresses. Thank you and Jai Hind.
All right. In fact, we have Zinat reporting from Kashmir on the ground on preparedness in that geography, even as India takes a whole of nation approach and prepares to inflict costs of terror on Pakistan. Zinat, over to you.
Reporting from here, Ganderbal, that is the Sonmarg track. In fact, this track is usually used for the convoy movement to Ladakh, Kargil, Dras, and even this very track is used by the Amarnath Yatris in order to take the Yatra to the shrine. This is one of the sensitive locations and the peaks that we are showing you here on the screen. The peaks connects you again to Anantnag because this is the shortest route that connects Amarnath Yatra to through Baltal, and the major route is from the Pahalgam. In fact, the search operations are being carried by the security forces here as well, because there are reports that the terrorists have been using the ridges from Anantnag to Sonmarg and all. And apart from this, we are seeing a high alertness on the ground on this very track where used to be have a more than 100% traffic. Today the traffic has declined to more than 95% fall. Many of the shops usually that are on this track are shut. There is hardly a movement of the civilians on ground. The traffic has reduced to 95%. In fact, the posts that you see here of the CRPF or the Jammu and Kashmir police as well have increased their length as well as breadth because of the situation on the ground. Most of the times you will see here the convoy movement on this very track. This is one of the sensitive locations, and the ridges that you see, these are the ridges that connects you to Sonmarg as well as Pahalgam, one of the important tracks that usually used by the security forces to hunt down the terrorists. In fact, if you remember, in October there was an attack on inside the Sonmarg tunnel. That tunnel is also falls in this jurisdiction where the terrorists carried the attack, the Lashkar terrorists carried the attack. So you see on ground the forces, again the deployment number has increased after this Pahalgam terror attack. Mostly you see the moment of the deployment, the CRPF army and all, and the tourist rush. The bookings are almost 90% has declined. Kashmir on high alert. NIA is investigating the Pahalgam attack, and more than 50 officers of the NIA are camping at present in Baisaran where the attack was held.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you. I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain.
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus on the Pahalgam Attack and also the warning that is just coming in from India to Pakistan not to be violating the ceasefire violations that are taking place. We're going to go to that top focus. First up, a look at our top headlines.
Cabinet Committee of Political Affairs has decided today that caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
Centre announces nationwide state census, takes a swipe at the Congress for opposing caste census.
I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. Of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you.
Forces put out video of domination at every front, showcase military preparedness. Big admission by Pakistan. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar says Islamabad pushed to water down the language in the US proposed statement, which originally named and shamed the resistance front. After India suspends the Indus Water Treaty, Chenab River running dry. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs series of crucial meetings at his residence.
ये इस बंकर की पहली खिड़की है, ये इस बंकर की दूसरी खिड़की है और इसके ठीक बगल यानी कि अगर हम बाएं तरफ चले तो ये इस बंकर की तीसरी खिड़की है और इस खिड़की से हमारे सेना के जवान पूरी तरह से मुस्तैदी से इस सरहद की हिफाजत करते हुए नजर आएंगे।
And high alert along India-Pakistan border in Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Barmer districts. Okay, there's breaking news that's coming in, and I'm going to go across right to Gursimran on that. The defense sources are now saying the DGMOs of India and Pakistan talked over the hotline yesterday to discuss the unprovoked ceasefire violations by Pakistan. India warned Pakistan against the unprovoked violations by Pakistan Army along the line of control. I'm going to quickly go across to my colleague Gursimran, joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, give us more details.
See, Rhythm, what has happened that yesterday there has been a hotline call between the Indian Director General of Military Operations and the Pakistani counterpart, the DGMO from the Pakistani Army. But what was told to the Pakistani side that they need to mend their ways, they need to stop the unprovoked firing at the Indian Army locations along the line of control, because till yesterday when the call was made, there was no ceasefire violation on the international border. But even after the call that was made from the Indian side to the Pakistani counterpart, there was a ceasefire violation, and ceasefire violation was up to 6 locations at one night, that is 5 at the line of control and 1 at the international border in Pragwal. Right now we are reporting. Second important thing is that it was to reiterate the commitment of the DGMOs, because in February 2021 it was only DGMO only that the DGMOs that read and that reached this agreement. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the fence, that the area ahead of the fence is of the Pakistan. So we are hardly 100 meters kilometers away from the Pakistan territory, because ahead of this fence is the Pakistani area, and from here only in the Pragwal sector there was a provocation by the Pakistan late last night when they violated the ceasefire at around 9:30 was the time when they resorted to the firing at the Indian Army locations. But the India has retaliated effectively late last night, after which we saw the Pakistani side they resorting to back to their tactics, and they stopped the firing late last night, after which there was a lull that is prevailing here on the ground.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for giving us those details, and we're going to continue staying with that. But I also want to introduce my guests in the studio today with us. We have Major Samarpal Tur, retired defense expert, who's joining us, and Colonel Shailendra Singh, retired defense expert, also joining us. And I want to ask you, even as Pakistan continues to try, Major Samarpal, to have these skirmishes, they're trying to stake their luck with us. I've seen you earlier talking about it, but Major Samarpal Tur, the big question here, India's military is prepared to strike at Pakistan borders. It's on high alert, but at any time, whether it's the formidable arsenal, which includes the Rafale and the Sukhoi fighter jets equipped with the BrahMos missiles, or the Russian-made advanced Triumph S-400 missile system, or any other, we are at any time ready to strike.
See, the present scenario is that this is called probing, so a time just before war, the enemy starts probing, or basically in a layman language, is basically trying to test the response of the Indian forces. So this is basically a strategy in which it wants to know that what would be the likely response of whatever their misadventure is. So this is what they are actually doing, and this is, it is bound to increase in the coming days.
Yes.
Because they are testing whether their deployments are effective, and they might readjust and, reinforce their positions according to the reply that the Indian forces give back. So as of now, the Indian forces are holding back, but are on high alert. So when the time comes, they'll get it back well and good.
I completely agree with that. In fact, Colonel Shailendra Singh, I want to ask you a question. All signs are suggesting India is prepared for a decisive campaign. This is not going to be a symbolic one, but we're going to take a very strategic victory here. We're going to take a calibrated move here. So Pakistan already losing its steam with the kind of ceasefire violations that it started.
Jai Hind, namaskar. If you can give me 10 minutes, Samar, ये कितनी भी तैयारी कर लें, कर क्या लेंगे? They can keep testing.
Yes.
This is the way we are. We are always ready.
Yes.
Otherwise, for such kind of operation, it may take people weeks and weeks. A campaign does not get decided by anybody. So, Pakistan, if you are in a kind of shock, come over it. If you are scared, come over that also. Because we are going to create khawf for you. The khawf and dahshat which you have tried, now we will make you taste the same thing back what you want. Now coming to these, special aircrafts or any equipment, I don't think I require it. Already there is a mental paralysis happening in the Pakistan.
True.
I have not declared any war. My Prime Minister has not declared any war. They have declared on their own.
Absolutely.
Their defense minister is saying that 5 cities are going to be attacked. Now yesterday they start saying in 24 and 36 hours. But who's attacking whom? Why are you readjusting? I have not even moved an aircraft from left to right, and you have taken your F-16 to Gwadar. So much of depth required.
One crashed also.
Oh yes, this is what I'm saying. That's how it got reported in the Pakistan media. So overall, if you see, our aim is very clear. We have spelled it out. We have spelled it out that we are going after the terrorist. We are going for the AKs of terrorists, and for that, if India has to measure the length and breadth and the depth of Pakistan, we are going to attack this so-called AKA and remove him. The Prime Minister has very categorically said, very clear, we will identify. Wherever you may be, we will identify. We will track you, we will trace you, and we will eliminate you.
Yes. Major Samarpal Tur, I also want to ask you what Colonel Shailendra Singh just said. This is two things here. First, the Prime Minister has also expressed complete faith and confidence in the professional abilities of the Indian Armed Forces. The National Security Advisory Board has been reconstituted. How much significant impact is that also going to have?
See, probably I'm definitely sure that, there has been a requirement of specialists because you got to move with the present times, so I definitely feel that whoever has been introduced in the new CCS is definitely updated with what the latest of urban warfare is like, and they are specialists in the field of expertise. So I think it's a very decisive and a very timely decision that they've taken. And, present times, the warfare is also changing. I mean, I must call it out that there has been a procurement of at least 50,000 suicide drones by Pakistan from China, and on the 28th of April, the consignment was received by Pakistan. So 50,000, suicide drones is a massive amount. So even I definitely feel that it's going to get dirtier. And there needs to be international agencies which should monitor China as well as other nations like Turkey and put a restriction on them in terms of supplying weapons to Pakistan, because you see, end of the day, the Pakistan defense minister has agreed. He's bailed the cat. He's owned up that yes, they are harboring terrorists. So I think a country which is nuclearized and is a supporter and a harborer of terrorism is definitely, the whole world is sitting on a ticking time bomb.
Yes.
And we need allies at the moment to counter this country, this rogue nation called Pakistan,
yes,
and denuclearize them at the earliest for the safety and security of the world.
Okay, I am just going to interrupt you for 1 second because I have just been told we have this fantastic video of our army and our military preparedness that has just been put out, and we're going to go right across to that.
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you.
Viewers, India's former foreign diplomat Deepak Vohra exposes Pakistan after the heinous Pahalgam attack by the cowardly terrorists of Lashkar and the Pakistan army. He reveals how this move has backfired on the Pakistan government.
First of all, I'd just like to say that donkey sellers don't have any brains. And this is not meant to be an insult to the donkeys. It's meant to be an insult to the donkey sellers. You know what I'm referring to. Now, we are going through a very interesting period in our relationship. I call it the insanity of insecurity. When a nation or a people are insecure, when they're afraid of the future, their behavior becomes irrational, insane. Pakistani ministers keep threatening to use nuclear weapons in case of a war with India. Every minister, his neighbor, the driver's grandmother, oh, we have nuclear weapons, we have nuclear weapons. We are a responsible power. We don't talk like this. These fellows do. Why? Because Islamabad is very badly cornered. Take a look at their neighbors, man. Three major neighbors. You have Iran, you have Afghanistan, and then you have Bharat. And their relationship with all three is total rubbish. I'd like to tell the Pakistanis, may God protect you from the venom of the cobra, the teeth of the tiger, and the revenge of the Pathan. Now, what is happening is the Afghans cordially detest the Pakistanis. All this nonsense about brother, brother, sister, sister, Taliban is our brothers and this and that, all nonsense. As far as Iran is concerned, the buffoon foreign minister from there, when Pakistan begged him, he said, I'll mediate. Tiger, mediation can only work when both sides are ready to be mediated. We don't want you to mediate. Donald Trump also tried to mediate some years ago. We said, no, we'll ask you, we'll trouble you when we require it. We'll deal with this directly. The third is what is happening in Balochistan. The only reason, ma'am, why the Baloch haven't broken away yet is numbers. They don't have enough numbers. They have a huge territory, very small population. But I believe that they are now they have started using tactics like suicide bombing and so on, which they didn't do earlier. So Pakistan, to use an American expression, is up creek without a paddle, forgive the language. What has that mad Mullah Munir achieved by sending in his trained soldiers to do the carnage, to create the carnage in Pahalgam? Now he's going to get a Pahalgam from Pahalgam. What did you achieve? And you wanted to frighten us? What has happened? For the last 30 years, for the first time, the people of Srinagar and other cities in Jammu and Kashmir have taken to the street to protest the insensate violence that Pakistan has indulged in. Earlier, they would take to the streets whenever a militant was killed, and they would shout and scream it like that Pani, Wani, Ghani fellow, whatever the chap's name. But this time it's against Pakistan. That's the first unintended consequence. Robert Merton's law, unintended consequence. The second, ma'am, is that across the world, Pakistan stands isolated. Not one country has said we support what Pakistan is doing. Not even their father-in-law, China, which, by the way, cordially loves Islam because they have incarcerated 1.5 million Uyghur Muslims. In effect, China detests Islam. They have no reason to be friendly with Pakistan except other than to trouble us. Then, of course, there is that wannabe Sultan, the Ottoman fellow, that buffoon sitting in Turkey has enough internal problems. Even he hasn't opened his mouth. That's the second consequence. That means the isolation of Pakistan is growing by the minute. I'm not even saying by the hour or by the day. And the third unintended consequence is that all the parties, the political parties in India that opposed the present regime, not that they don't like India, but they are unhappy with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's insanely popular. So they started saying funny things, but now they've all come together to support the government. And the final thing that we will do, which Pakistan is frightened of terribly, is kinetic military action. I believe that mad Mullah Munir, the so-called army chief, he's fled the country. And I'm not saying this. Some of my American friends have said they've seen a chap looking like him wearing a golf cap walking around somewhere in the United States, New Jersey or somewhere else. They feel that he has run away. We are told that the other senior chaps have sent their families away. They fear a strike from India. So what we have done today, ma'am, is totally isolated Pakistan. He doesn't have a friend. He's begging everybody. The Saudi prime minister, so to speak, the crown prince's entourage. I have some friends, I speak Arabic. They tell me that they don't answer phones coming from the Pakistani government or the Pakistani leadership because they'll beg for money. So they don't even respond to the world. So he has reduced himself to the laughing stock of the world. But every time for his own people, he's been selling them snake oil for generations. We'll do this, we'll do that. We're the greatest country in the world. We're the richest country in the world. Arrant nonsense. Hamare Taliban Bhai, the Taliban Bhai, detest you cordially because they consider their border to be the Sindhu, not this so-called, whatever you call that, the Durand line and so on, which is the British Indian Foreign Secretary 130 years ago. So what we are now looking at is the total isolation and the possible splintering of this mad nation. People their minds have been polluted. When I see them on television, on YouTube, etc., all they talk about, ye kar denge, hum wo kar denge, they're not capable of doing anything. May I just say, ma'am, that I have a group of former senators, congressmen, academics, journalists, thinkers, thought leaders in the United States. We're on WhatsApp together. One of them said to me, and I think he reflected the views of billions of people across the world. He said, Pakistan's existence in its present form is no benefit to the planet. Its disappearance in its present form will be no loss to the planet. People are sick and tired of this country. They just don't understand those buffoons. Their minds have been taken out in surgical strikes, maybe by Chinese fellows. Finally, let me just put it to them, why does China even care about these guys? You remember, ma'am, that just before the Second World War, the First World War, I beg your pardon, the Japanese, and again, before the Second War, the Japanese has solidly clobbered China. They are very scared. They fought us, the British Indian Army, during the what did they call it? The Wars of the Middle 19th century, the Opium Wars. The British Indian Army thrashed them. So they're very scared of India. They're very scared, the Indian military. They're very scared of the Japanese military. So they have got two Rottweilers. They are training them. One Rottweiler is North Korea, which has a couple of nukes. They are told, bark at Japan, and the Rottweiler go, oh. Then they've got a second Rottweiler, which also has a nuke called Pakistan. And then they tell him, bark at India, and he goes, oh. These two Rottweilers are being groomed by China to do their bidding. Pakistan is a slave country. First, it was the slave of the West. Now it's a slave of the East. It has no future in its present form. Do I see any change? Not a chance in hell, ma'am. If you think that the present mindset of these idiots will change, then you might as well believe that Abraham Lincoln was my great-grandfather. Let me assure you, the only way to deal with them is the way we are doing now. Keep them in suspended animation. Let them be afraid. Let them stop eating. Let them do whatever they want to. Let them not lead a normal life. We are leading normal lives. Our military will take care of these guys. Don't worry about it. And to the millions of people who want to know how we will stop the flow of the waters there, trust me, ma'am, I'm special advisor in that area. It won't take very long for the water of the Sindhu to not flow into Pakistan. It's a system called interbasin transfers. There is tunnels are built, canals are built, a coffer dam comes up, water finds its own way. It won't be very long. So my friends in Pakistan, if you are listening, there's one way forward for you. Boot out your army, throw them into the Arabian Sea, and then see if you are better off or not without them. India has no pretensions on your land. We don't want your land. But we say at the same time, we don't want to be deflected from our path of development. So good luck to you. It's your choice.
And this breaking news that's coming in, we're also going to be telling you that there are suicide drone consignments that are being received by Pakistan from China. I want to go across to my guest, Major Samartur Pal, who's joining us on the story. Major Samartur Pal, we're being told there's a tango being played between Pakistan and China. What details can you share with us?
The only details that I can know, what I know as of now, is that a decently large amount of consignment of suicide drones has been received on the 28th of April by Pakistan from China. And looking at the amount of the consignment, definitely the Pakistan forces have not been trained on it. So logically what I feel is that the operators are definitely not going to be Pakistanis for these suicide drones. So that's the best guess that I can tell at the moment.
Okay, we're going to see that very, very closely about what really happens. Viewers, we're also going to go across to more news that's coming in right now. Amid Islamabad's denial of involvement in the Pahalgam massacre, Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has now made an admission that he got the name of the terror group, the Resistant Front, removed from the UNSC statement condemning the terror attack.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कहा नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते हैं आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जावर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
Kaswar is joining us live from Islamabad. Kaswar, this is a big admission by the Pakistan Foreign Minister, where he says that he got the name of the terror group TRF removed from the UNSC statement. It can't get more clear than that.
Well, you have rightly pointed out, but we don't know how the Pakistan's foreign minister has said at the assembly floor. We have to consider the context before his statement as well. So far, we are waiting for the explanation by Pakistan's foreign minister, Pakistan Minister of Foreign Ministry, that what does it mean by the statement that was uttered by the Pakistan foreign minister at the floor. That is not clear, one thing. And one such expression that has been given by the public and all the other stakeholders of Pakistan is that they have demanded that Pakistan's foreign minister must elaborate what does he mean from this group and what does he mean by mentioning this group at the assembly floor as well. We are looking into dark. We don't know what is the context of his statement given at Pakistan's upper house of parliament, given by the foreign minister and deputy prime minister of Ishaq Dar. His statement is actually not explained by Pakistan Minister of Foreign Affairs and also Pakistan's government as well.
All right. Thank you, Kaswar, for giving us those details. Viewers, coming up after a short break, we stay on with that story where Pakistan Foreign Minister admits the TRF truth. Stay on with us.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद। जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला। MDH।
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my...
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you. I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakta Mishra. We're reporting live from Srinagar right now. And India has prepared its arsenal for the strike. Of course, the forces have a free hand, and that's what has been reported. And in fact, we will be connecting with our reporters from different locations, from Srinagar to the LOC to the international border viewers. In fact, India has readied a formidable arsenal, including the Rafale and Sukhoi fighter jets who have been equipped with BrahMos missiles, the Russian-made advanced Triumph S-400 missile system, the PAK rocket system capable of firing 12 rockets within 44 seconds, as well as the Akash and the Prithvi missiles. Indian Navy warships are armed with BrahMos missiles are also positioned in the Arabian Sea, viewers, and we'll try and connect with the reporters to get us a sense of the operations and the preparations, both of them, as we have been reporting, getting you all the minute-by-minute updates as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. And as we speak, viewers, we do see that life goes on normally right now, at least in Srinagar, but yes, along the borders, we do see, along the LOC, we do see that the bunkers, of course, are being prepared. My colleague Harsha is now reporting from the forward post. She's at the forward post, and she's along the LOC. Harsha, tell us, what are the preparations going on? What is the situation like from where you're reporting live?
So Rakshita, right now I'm reporting from LOC, from the Indo-Pak border, and it's the Nambla Panchayat which comes under Dungi block in the Rajouri district. It's very important to talk about this entire area because it's the Indo-Pak border, and I'll ask my camera person Gaurav to show you exactly the Indo-Pakistan border and the forward post where exactly our post is deployed and how much preparedness this entire village Nambla needs, because in case of cross-firing, in case of shelling, the first affected village will be Nambla. It will be the entire Dungi block, and that is the reason why it is being said that these villagers are so much scared that when the issue will escalate, what are they going to do, because the number of bunkers are not as much as the population of this entire village is. If we talk about the number of voters, it's 3,000. If we talk about the population, it's almost close to 5,000. We have Mohammad Hussain with us, but if we talk about LOC, it's from Changar to Lam to Pir Bedesar to Tek to BG Mender to Poonch to Lauren to Mandi to Gulmarg to Uri to Tangdar. So these are the entire area, but I'll ask my camera person to focus on the LOC, because on the other side of the LOC is the Pakistan Suayana village, which comes under district Khuirata, and that is what we are trying to showcase right now here. But we'll talk to Mohammad Hussain as well, because the single bunkers has been constructed. Hussain ji, क्या हम आपके साथ नीचे चल सकते हैं bunker तक? So we will try to go, Rakshita, down. We will try to go somewhere. We'll try to go where the bunkers are exactly, because Hussain is right now with us. Hussain ji, ये सिंगल बंकर है. जो हमने इससे पहले अधिकतर बंकर देखे हैं वो सारे बंकर कम्युनिटी बंकर हैं, लेकिन ये सिंगल बंकर है. तो ये अभी एक ही परिवार के लिए काफ़ी हैं. अगर गांव वालों की बात करें तो गांव वालों की तादाद तो बहुत सारी है. तो ऐसे में आप लोग पहलगाम टेरर अटैक के बाद आप लोगों में कितनी ज़्यादा समस्याएं हैं, आप लोग कितने डरे हुए हैं, आप लोग क्या चाहते हैं, क्योंकि नामला एकदम पास का गांव है?
पहले तो सर ये यहाँ बैंकर नंबला में पूरा 10 बैंकर है. ये भी छोटे बैंकर हैं और कम्युनिटी बैंकर यहाँ ऊपर कोई नहीं है. तो यहाँ पहलगाम में जो हुआ अक्सा, उसकी वजह से यहाँ बॉर्डर पे वो लोग डर गए हैं. बहुत इतने माहौल ख़राब हो गया कि क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा. तो यहाँ पहले तो हमारे लोगों के लिए को बैंकरों का इतना इंतज़ाम करना चाहिए कि यहाँ बहुत कम बैंकर है. यहाँ 50 नंबला है, ये ब्लॉक डूंगी है हमारा. 200 से 300 मीटर यहाँ बॉर्डर नज़दीक है.
हम देख भी पा रहे हैं जितना इलाका है ये 200 मीटर की दूरी ही लग रही है, उससे ज्यादा का बॉर्डर एरिया ही नहीं, उस तरफ तुरंत में पाकिस्तान का गांव सुहाना पड़ जाता है।
बिल्कुल नज़दीक पड़ जाता है सर। यहाँ बहुत लोगों में डर का माहौल बना हुआ है। जिस दिन से ये मसला हुआ है उस दिन से लोगों को बहुत डरे हुए हैं लोग।
तो एक बात बताइए, गांव में इतने सारे महिलाएं हैं, बच्चे हैं, आबादी बहुत ज़्यादा है, कभी ऐसा लगा आप लोगों की नहीं और बंकर खुद से बनाने चाहिए? एक परिवार से ज़्यादा एक ये बंकर समा नहीं पाएंगे लोगों को, तो ज़्यादा होने चाहिए। तो आप लोग को डर नहीं लग रहा कि अभी कुछ भी हो सकता है?
यहाँ के लोग बहुत गरीब हैं, आप बना ही नहीं सकते। इनके पास बनाने के लिए कोई ऐसा पैसे ही नहीं बनाएंगे, किधर से गरीब लोग हैं सर।
तो अगर हम सिंगल बंकरों की बात करें, let's camera person Gaurav to show you the single bunkers, because single bunkers can only shelter one family with at least 4 to 5 members in the family, and that is the reason we'll go downstairs and we'll show you exactly how these single bunkers are, because we talk about the strength of the single bunkers, how the infrastructure is solid, and if this infrastructure is solid or not. As we were talking about community bunkers have almost 8.5 foot is the length, or is the length and breadth of the community bunkers. But as far as single bunkers if we talk about single bunkers, the height is not that much. Yes, 3.5 is the width and the breadth. Khalid ji, 3.5 होगी इसकी width और breadth?
Yes, जी मैम, इतनी है,
लगभग इतनी होगी।
हाँ लगभग इतनी।
लेकिन क्या मजबूती इतनी है कि अगर शेलिंग होती है तो ये बचा सकता है लोगों को? अगर क्रॉस फायरिंग हुई और शेलिंग लगभग 1 से 2 घंटे तक हुई तो बचा पाएगा लोगों को?
देखिए मैम, अगर इसके आसपास कहीं 200 मीटर का रेंज में पड़ता है तो इस पे कुछ % लोग बच सकते हैं, अदरवाइज अगर इसके ऊपर पड़ता है तो नहीं बच पाएंगे, कमजोर बनकर है, नहीं बच पाएंगे। जी मैम,
तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि इतनी मजबूती है नहीं?
इतनी मजबूती नहीं है, क्योंकि कुछ बंकर जो अंडरग्राउंड है, कुछ बंकर जो है वो एक तरफ से अंडरग्राउंड है, दूसरी तरफ से ओपन से। जैसे आपको ये ओपन दिख रहा है, ये ओपन प्लेटफॉर्म है इसका, ये ओपन है, तो बैक साइड में ये अंडरग्राउंड है। तो अगर उस तरफ पड़ता है तो उस तरफ पड़ता है तो कोई नुकसान कम होगा, इस तरफ पड़ेगा तो इसको तोड़ सकता है।
तो हुसैन जी एक बात बताइए, जो आपने बंकर बनाया तो केवल परिवार के हिसाब से बनाया कि जितने परिवार के लोग हैं वो कम से कम अगर ऐसी मुसीबत की घड़ी आई तो अपने आप को सुरक्षित कर पाएंगे?
बिल्कुल, एक परिवार के लिए रीजनल बैंकर एक ही होता है सर, वो कम्युनिटी बैंकर तो 40 बंदे के लिए होता है,
उसमें तो 50 आता।
जी, तो ये सिंगल एक परिवार के लिए है।
ये बंकर है। एंड रक्षिता, दिस वन मोर बंकर फ्रॉम वेयर एग्जैक्टली द पॉइंट वेयर माय कैमरा पर्सन गौरव इज स्टैंडिंग, जस्ट अंडरनीथ इट दिस वन मोर बंकर व्हिच वी कैन से इज अ अंडरग्राउंड बंकर। एक अंडरग्राउंड बंकर और एक ऊपर के बंकर।
जी हाँ, यहाँ 2 बंकर है, एक अंडरग्राउंड है, एक ओपन है सर।
तो आप चलिए हुसैन जी हमें थोड़ा दिखाइए ज़रा आपने बंकर कैसा बनाया है, क्योंकि हम ये कह सकते हैं कि अब पूरी तरीके से अगर स्थिति खराब होती है तो पूरा परिवार यहाँ शिफ्ट कर सकता है।
एक ही परिवार आएगा ना, बाकी लोग कहाँ जाएंगे सर? एक परिवार के लिए तो है, लेकिन ये कुछ दूसरे बाकी लोग कहाँ जाएंगे? बैंकर तो बहुत कम है ना।
तो आपके परिवार में लगभग कितने लोग हैं?
हमारे परिवार में तो सर 10-12 लोग हैं। जी हमारे परिवार में 10 लोग हैं, लेकिन मेरा घर तो नीचे है, ये मेरे दूसरे भाई का ताए का लड़का है, मेरा घर तो नीचे है साथ में।
तो क्या 12 लोग के लिए एक बंकर ठीक है?
हाँ, ये घर का परिवार ही 12 आदमी होता है, उसके लिए तो हो जाएगा।
And Rakshita will try to move and show you inside the bunker as well, because most of the time when we are trying to go inside, the network is there's a network issue. But yes, we can say that in this bunker they have almost shifted, and we can see there's a proper arrangement. There's a placement of bed, there's a sofa, there's a cupboard, and we can say now the village and the civilians here are so much scared, and because of that reason, because Nambla is a village which is just the first village from the LOC, and that is the reason they have already shifted in this bunker. If we talk about the structure, they say that the structure is hard, the structure is strong, but if the shelling continues for almost 1 to 2 hours, then it will be difficult to shelter the number of people who are inside this bunker. So we can say that the major concern of them is, yes, they are trying to keep their family safe, and therefore they are already preparing by making bunkers and by shifting in the bunkers. But for how long can they protect themselves from cross-firing and shelling if the situation escalates? That's the bigger question that the villagers and the civilians are asking here. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thanks so much for joining us with the Forward Post. And viewers, now we'll understand how Pakistan along the international border is in an absolute state of confusion. It's rattled. It doesn't know what to do. It's scrambling for options. Now, what has happened is that it continued with unprovoked firing. It continued with ceasefire violations along the international border. Then, what it does, it vacates its own post. Pakistani Rangers, in fact, wound up their own flags. And then, after some time, when we continue to report that how Pakistanis have fled from the post, they come back and again put their flags. Here's more on that. In fact, I think my colleague Gursimran is joining us from the line of control in Pragwal, where he in fact witnessed this and updated us about that. Now, what is really happening in the latest Gursimran along the line of control in Jammu?
Yes, Rakshita, Pakistan has always been like this. It's their flag fiasco that has turned them really embarrassing for them. Right now we are on the international border, Indo-Pakistan international border in the Pragwal sector. This is the area that is manned by both Indian Army and the Border Security Force. I'll request Sarjeevan to take you to the Pakistani flag. That after this major embarrassment that came for the Pakistani Rangers, when one of their posts that was caught without the Pakistani flag, they removed the flag, and also most important is that they deserted that post, their own post at the international border, which could be more than shame for any of the professional army. But when it comes to the Pakistani Rangers and the professionalism, they are poles apart, and that's why we saw that they were without their post was deserted post, and also there was no flag on the post. But when we continued to reporting it for more than 4 hours, then the Pakistani Rangers got up. They got from their deep slumber and they came, they rose the flag there. And now what we are witnessing, that every Pakistani post that is along the Indo-Pakistan international border, at least in the Pragwal, we can say that the Pakistan has come with the flag. They have installed the new flags. They have installed the flags at every point that is there in their territory on the international border. So it is like an embarrassment, and now they are trying to copy but the reality remains that it cannot be undone, because the videos that the Republic has, these exclusive videos where Pakistani posts are completely deserted, that clearly shows the state of affairs that the Pakistan is in, that they do not know how to actually man the area they have with them, because this is the international border. This is not the disputed territory. This is not the place where they have illegally occupied. This is the territory that got to them during the division of the countries in 1947. This is a demarcated boundary. But now what has happened, that the Pakistan do not know that how actually they will be able to retain it, and that is the state of affair, because Pakistan is shattered and also Pakistan is in fear. Pakistan don't know that what lies next for them. They are continuing with the ceasefire violation, though there was a talk with the DGMO levels of both India and Pakistan, but post that also there have been 6 ceasefire violations last night by the Pakistan, which shows that they want no peace, but also they are feared that what will be the India's retaliation, Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course. The terroristan is in a state of despair and it is trembling right now. We'll continue to track more updates from along the border. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for the meantime. And viewers, this is paradise on earth. Kashmir is paradise on earth, and there are at least 87 tourist locations here. 48 out of them in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack have been shut down. And right now where we are reporting from is Srinagar, and you have the Nishad Garden here. That's also one of the most popular tourist destinations. That remains open, but 48 at least have been shut down. My colleague Anamika Singh has visited one such spot in Srinagar. Take a look, which has been shut down.
पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले के बाद जिन 48 टूरिस्ट प्लेसों को बंद किया गया है उसमें अहरबल का भी इलाका है। अहरबल जो है वो टूरिस्ट प्लेस है जहां पर लोग जाने के लिए अगर देखा जाए तो बाइकों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, खच्चर घोड़ों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल जिस तरीके से टूरिस्ट प्लेस बंद कर दिया गया है तो जो तमाम गाड़ियां हैं वापस लौटती भी आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं। ये वो गाड़ियां हैं, आपको ज़्यादातर गाड़ियां वापस लौटती भी दिखाई देंगी, जो इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां बस वही जाती हुई दिखाई देंगी, और जो जा भी रही हैं उन्हें वहाँ से वापस लौटा दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आगे अहरबल को बंद कर दिया गया है, यहाँ पर अगर बात की जाए तो झील भी है और झील के साथ साथ बगल में बहुत सारे बड़े बड़े रेस्टोरेंट्स हैं। लोग वहाँ पर पिकनिक मनाने के लिए आते हैं और उसी की सैर करने के लिए यहाँ पे हर रोज़ लोगों का तांता लगा रहता है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से टूरिस्ट प्लेसों को बंद किया गया है, उसके बाद देखिए आपको यही जो रास्ता जाएगा आगे, ऐसे कुछ फेंसिंग लगा करके रास्ते को बंद किया गया है और आगे सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। हालांकि सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है वो ऊपर जंगलों में भी चल रहा है और इसी वजह से जो टूरिस्ट हैं उन्हें फिलहाल नीचे वापस भेजा जा रहा है और ये कहा जा रहा है दरअसल कि अग्रिम आदेश तक फिलहाल टूरिस्ट प्लेस खोले नहीं जाएंगे, लिहाजा जो टूरिस्ट हैं वो यहाँ पर ना आए। तो पहलगाम में हुई घटना के बाद से जो सर्च ऑपरेशन तेज़ है और प्रयास यहाँ पर यह है कि जो टूरिस्ट है फिलहाल वो इन इलाकों में ना जाए जहाँ पर सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है।
Now, viewers, as many as 786 Pakistanis have been now deported through the Attari-Wagah border. There have been deadlines for different categories of the visas. And my colleague Sumit Jha has been tracking all the movement at the Attari border. Here's his report.
6 बसें अंदर जा चुकी हैं, लाइन में लगी हुई है। इन 6 बसों में करीब 20 से 30 लोग जो कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला और श्रीनगर से इन्हें लाया गया है, पहले कस्टडी में लिया गया। वहां पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने गिरफ्तारी की। इनके पास वैध दस्तावेज नहीं था और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान यहां तक इन्हें बसों में भरकर लाए हैं और इन्हें अब डिपोर्ट किया जा रहा है क्योंकि इनके पास वैध दस्तावेज नहीं था। कई लोगों की शादी हुई थी, शादी के बाद से ही पाकिस्तान से आकर यहाँ पर रह रही थी। कई लोगों के जन्म पाकिस्तान में हुआ था लेकिन वो यहीं पर रह रहा था, बाय बर्थ पाकिस्तानी होने के बावजूद वो यहीं पर रह रहा था। और यहाँ पर दस्तावेज के नाम पर जो आप समझिए कि बंगाल में जिस तरह से हो रहा है, बांग्लादेशियों को जिस तरह से आधार कार्ड, राशन कार्ड, वोटर कार्ड मुहैया कराए जाते रहे, ठीक उसी तरह से यहाँ पर भी जो पाकिस्तानी थे वो कह रहे थे उनके पास आधार कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है, वोटर कार्ड है। मैंने कहा कि आप बाय बर्थ सिटीजनशिप आपकी पाकिस्तान की है। इसके अलावा और भी जो लोग हैं, कुछ लोग आज भी यहाँ पर लाइन में लगे हुए हैं और उन्हें भी वापस भेजा जा रहा है। कुछ लोग यहाँ पर एक और जो ये गाड़ी है, ट्रैवलर है, इसमें भी जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान हैं और कुछ यहाँ पर नागरिक हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस उन्हें लेकर आई है जो पाकिस्तानी नागरिक है, अवैध रूप से यहाँ पर रह रहे थे। और यहाँ कुछ और भी लोग आज भी लाइन में लगकर आए हुए हैं जिन्हें पाकिस्तान जाना था। हालांकि अभी सवाल ये है कि कल तक आखिरी दिन था, आखिरी तारीख थी, तब तक आप नहीं गए तो क्या आज उन्हें जाने दिया जाएगा? अभी तो फिलहाल डिपोर्टेशन का प्रोसेस जारी है। लगातार जो डिपोर्ट किए जा रहे हैं लोग अलग अलग जगहों से आए थे। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवानों से हमने बात की, उन्होंने यही कहा कि अभी और भी बसें आएंगी, यानी कि यह एक्शन लगातार जारी रहेगा।
So viewers, India has vowed revenge and every Indian is now waiting when will those lives that have been lost, those innocent lives, the loss of those lives will be avenged. Now, the senior advisor to the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting to the Government of India, Mr. Kanchan Gupta, has spoken out on India's game plan. Take a look at what he has to say.
October 7, we all saw how Netanyahu went after all these terrorists. So entire Beirut was bombed. The entire leadership of Hezbollah and a lot of Hamas centers were like decimated. What action do you think India is likely to take now?
Well, let me also remind you that Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli Defense Force did not launch a counter-offensive within 24 hours of the October 7 attacks. They chose a time of their own to launch the counter-offensive, and they used that interregnum to sort of mobilize their forces, to strategize on their action, to figure out tactics, to figure out alternative scenarios, and all that required time, and they took their time. And when the pushback came, nobody was quite prepared for it, in the sense that everybody knew something would happen, but they didn't know when that would happen. So I don't think any sensible government with major security challenges, with major homeland security challenges like we have, and it was demonstrated by what happened in Pahalgam, the government obviously will not disclose its strategy and its tactics in public, or nor will decision making happen in public. Whatever was to be done in public has been done. The Prime Minister has spoken with great determination. Prime Minister Modi is not someone who is easily pushed into taking a tough position, into taking an unbending, inelastic position like he has taken, and it was articulated in his speech at Madhubani, where he switched over to English for those 3 paragraphs, and the whole idea was that he wanted the whole world to listen to what he had to say and take note of it. And since then, there has been a series of visible steps. For instance, the Indus Water Treaty has been put into abeyance, which is effectively suspending the treaty without using the word suspension. All visas have been suspended, visa facilities have been suspended, even medical visas have been suspended, and people have been told to get back to Pakistan if they are here on any kind of visa. And 3, we have also clarified, and this is very significant to my mind, that long-term visas which were issued to Hindus in Pakistan, those remain valid despite every other visa becoming invalid, and that the Hindus from Pakistan can stay on in India. Now, this is a major signaling which has been done by the government for the whole world to take note of, and especially in the context of the targeted killings in Pahalgam. Now, what after this we have to see, because the consequences of putting the Indus Water Treaty into abeyance, I don't think most people understand, and least of all the average Pakistani, I don't think understands the monumental consequences of the Indus Treaty being put into abeyance. For starters, I mean, they have a summer coming up, just as we have a summer coming up, and summer in Pakistani Punjab and Pakistani Sindh can be terrible, 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 and they also have a crop to take care of. And 80% of irrigation in Punjab and Sindh in Pakistan is dependent on water from the Indus River and its 2 other tributaries, which under the treaty were till now under the control of Pakistan. So they now don't get to use that water, which again means, putting it very pithily, Pakistan will not have water to take care of 80% of its irrigation. And the impact of that on the farm sector can be quite imagined. So one has to see how all these things unfold, and I'm sure the government is looking at other options, at other means. The outpouring, and I use this word specifically, the outpouring of support, global support for India, global endorsement of action by India to protect its national interest, to look after its homeland security, to protect its citizens from the savagery of terrorism like we saw in Pahalgam, is unprecedented. We have had terrorist strikes in the past, but all support and all responses on those occasions were conditional. It was more of a lip service. Oh yes, a terrible thing to have happened, but we call on India to act in a responsible manner. We call upon India to be restrained, etc., etc. So this time round, all that bunk is missing. And including from sanctimonious Europe, which was always wary of taking a hardline position, this time country after country after country in Europe has stood up to say that yes, we stand by India and we stand by Prime Minister Modi. So this is a huge sea change which has happened. And even today, DNI Tulsi Gabbard, she has issued a statement where she openly says that we stand with the people of India and we stand with the Prime Minister of India. And this is a position the US administration has repeated quite often in the past 4 days. So there we are. We are in a very, very good position. We have everything to our advantage, and the government should take its own time to choose its own time and respond accordingly. And that, I think, is going to happen and happen very soon. Don't forget, in this context, I wanted to mention that Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, within 24 hours or less than 24 hours of the ghastly attack, had said, very specifically said in a public speech, that you will get to see our resolve, our action in the coming days.
Well, I hope, Kanchan Gupta sir, that India strikes at the very roots of terrorism in Pakistan. Thank you for your time. Thanks for joining tonight, sir.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
So India, of course, is firm in its resolve, and the place, the time of the attack will be, of course, all up to the forces. India believes in our forces, and they can never be as ready as they are right now. They have exuded that confidence, and 140 crore Indians have also exuded faith in them. We sign off from here. We'll be right back with more breaking news.
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH.
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you. I'll find you.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
माही सर, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला. पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला.
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you. I'll find you.
Sleepless nights in Islamabad. Pakistan awaits response. Biggest admission of Pakistan on Pahalgam terror plot. Pakistan admits its role in Pahalgam Attack. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Sleepless nights in Islamabad. Pakistan awaits response. Biggest admission of Pakistan on Pahalgam terror plot. Pakistan admits its role in Pahalgam Attack. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters.
Forces put out video of domination at every front, showcases military preparedness. Big admission by Pakistan. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar says Islamabad pushed to water down the language in the US proposed statement, which originally named and shamed the resistance front. After India suspends Indus Water Treaty, Chenab River running dry. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs series of crucial meetings at his residence.
ये इस बंकर की पहली खिड़की है, ये इस बंकर की दूसरी खिड़की है और इसके ठीक बगल यानी कि अगर हम बाएं तरफ चलें तो ये इस बंकर की तीसरी खिड़की है और इस खिड़की से हमारे सेना के जवान पूरी तरह से मुस्तैदी से इस सरहद की हिफाजत करते हुए नजर आएंगे।
High alert along India and Pakistan border in Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Barmer districts.
The Cabinet Committee of Political Affairs has decided today that caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
And Centre announces nationwide caste census, takes a swipe at Congress for opposing caste census. Viewers, we get huge revelations from a Pakistani who's Pakistani national from Rawalpindi. We're getting news that he was living in India. This national living in India for 17 years had an Aadhaar card, a ration card, and even casted vote, and is now being kicked out. The big news that's coming in: how did a Pakistani national even get the Aadhaar card?
हल निकालें, कुछ टाइम की मोहलत दे दें। अब जो फैमिलीज यहाँ पे पिछले 20-30 सालों से रह रही हैं, हमने वोट भी कास्ट किया, हमारे हर एक डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ के बने, आधार कार्ड है, इलेक्शन कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है, हमारा डोमिसाइल है मेरी यहाँ की, बाकी सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स मेरे बने। अब मैं यहाँ से कहाँ जाऊँगा? मेरा 10th भी यहाँ से हुआ है, 12th भी मेरा यहाँ से हुआ है, मेरा बैचलर चल रहा है अभी। कुछ हल निकालें, कुछ टाइम की मोहलत दे दें। अब जो फैमिलीज यहाँ पे पिछले 20-30 सालों से रह रही हैं, हमने वोट भी कास्ट किया, हमारे हर एक डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ के बने, आधार कार्ड है, इलेक्शन कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है, हमारा डोमिसाइल है मेरी यहाँ की, बाकी सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स मेरे बने। अब मैं यहाँ से कहाँ जाऊँगा? मेरा 10th भी यहाँ से हुआ है। कुछ हल निकालें, कुछ टाइम की मोहलत दे दें। अब जो फैमिलीज यहाँ पे पिछले 20-30 सालों से रह रही हैं, हमने वोट भी कास्ट किया, हमारे हर एक डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ के बने, आधार कार्ड है, इलेक्शन कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है, हमारा डोमिसाइल है मेरी यहाँ की, बाकी सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स मेरे बने। अब मैं यहाँ से कहाँ जाऊँगा? मेरा 10th भी यहाँ से हुआ है, 12th भी मेरा यहाँ से हुआ है, मेरा बैचलर चल रहा है अभी।
And there's breaking news coming in as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. Mohammad Abdul Azim, a resident of Hyderabad, alleged that a family of 5 Pakistani nationals have been residing in his house for the last 25 years. These families included have fake identities along with cards and ration cards. Now the residents have demanded the arrest of these 5 PAK nationals, and Telangana High Court is hearing the matter.
Amid the ongoing situation between India and Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, we see that many of the Pakistan nationals have gone back to Pakistan after the MEA's orders, and now what we are seeing is that one of the local resident of Hyderabad from Kalapatar area, Mohammad Abdul Azim, has now come forward and he is going to give a complaint to the police commissioner over the Pakistani nationals residing at his residence and alleging that they have the proofs. They have the Azim has been alleging that these Pakistani nationals have made some of the documents of India like Aadhaar card, passport and also voter ID card. We'll just try and get a word from Azim. आप बताइए कि ये पाकिस्तानी nationals जो आप कह रहे हैं वो कितने सालों से आपके घर पे रह रहे थे?
2025 में आए थे लोग, 2000 में आए थे। आना जाना था उनका यहाँ पे, आए पाकिस्तान से।
रेगुलरली आते जाते?
जी हाँ, मेरे वालिद साहब जब जिंदा थे जब से आना जाना था इन लोग का। अभी तो ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाए लोग,
क्या डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाए?
ये वोटर ID कार्ड बनाए थे। मैं ये वोटर ID कार्ड बनाए थे ये, तो इससे कंप्लेंट करा था मैं ये अपने कमिश्नर ऑफिस में कंप्लेंट करा था, तो काला पत्थर PS में एक्शन लिए। इसके ऊपर केस चल रहा है इन लोग के ऊपर, अभी कोर्ट में केस चल रहा है।
अभी पाकिस्तान और इंडिया के बीच में जो सिचुएशन है, तो आपकी इनसे बातचीत हुई है क्या? वो लोग वापस चले गए हैं या फिर अभी भी यहीं पे? क्योंकि 29 अप्रैल जो था वो आखिरी दिन था पाकिस्तान नेशनल्स जो भी यहाँ रह रहे थे उनको वापस पाकिस्तान।
अभी गए नहीं गए मालूम नहीं, अभी तो पता नहीं मेरे को कहाँ है क्या नहीं। सो लोग रिसेंटली अभी 8-10 दिन पहले मेरे से फिर लड़ाई झगड़ा करे थे लोग, चुप आ रहे हैं घर पे, लड़ाई झगड़ा कर रहे हैं। मेरी हुकूमत से दरख्वास्त है कि लोग को जल्द से जल्द पाकिस्तान भिजा दी।
अभी ये लोग क्या कोई परमिट लेके यहाँ पे रह रहे थे? आपके पास कोई परमिट, उनका कुछ परमिट है क्या?
नहीं।
And after Pakistan has got the big blow from India and the Indus Water Treaty has been kept in abeyance, we're going to get you the story where the Chenab River near Sialkot is running dry now, flow almost gone, extremely visibly. I'm going to be joined by Zeenat, who's joining us from Jhelum. Give us more updates on this story, Zeenat.
See, Rhythm, as far as the Indus Water Treaty is concerned, that time in 1960, Pakistan got an edge on western rivers. That includes Indus, Jhelum and Chenab. And right now I'm reporting from this is Jhelum, the very component, and this is one of the important rivers as far as the Pakistan is concerned. And the Indian government has now decided that to stop or to divert the water from this very river. This is one of the important rivers, and also if the government of India diverts or stops the water of this Jhelum, obviously you will see more of the floods, or there will be food security, or there will be the economy of the Pakistan that will be hit as far as this Indus system, because Indus system irrigates their fields, employs around 40% of the workforce and sustains the economy of the Pakistan. And without water, crop fails, food prices will soar and the millions there will face hunger. Pakistan citizens have already seized this treaty suspension as an existential threat. And as far as this treaty is also concerned, through this treaty, India is supplying around 135 million acre feet of water annually. That's exactly 80% of Pakistan's farmland, feeding to 40 million people. India's decision to suspend the treaty means projects like Tulbul Barrage that could reduce the flows starting from the Vular and Jhelum. Jhelum is one of the important rivers where from the water flows. So you have the Indus that gives the water to Pakistan, then the Chenab, that is the Pir Panchal, and then this Jhelum, because Jhelum is the one, it connects you to the Vular lake, where you have the mouth of the Vular is their Tulbul navigation projects. Everywhere we are seeing the waters are being diverted, and obviously on the ground, as we have seen in Sialkot, the water scarcity is quite visible. That means Pakistan will be heading for a war-like situation. The water war will be there, for which the people have already started feeling that existence of threat is already visible among the citizens of Pakistan. Earlier there would be the price source would be there, the price would go skyrocketing, but now when you will not be having the water, that the India has decided to teach Pakistan a lesson on 24th of April, India announced that it is holding the Indus Water Treaty of 1960 in abeyance, blaming cross-border terrorism after the Pahalgam attack that killed around 26 people. Pakistan calls this a death sentence for its people. So this is something which is one of the important steps apart from the other measures that have been taken by the Ministry of External Affairs. But this is something, if the water is stopped or diverted, it is going to touch everyone's life.
All right, Zeerat is giving us those details. And we're also being told right now, my colleague Niranjan is joining us with more details on other stories. Niranjan.
That rhythm, we had some back-to-back breaking news inputs that we, have been bringing into our viewers, to our newsrooms. These are pictures that came in earlier. Now, India is on a mission, and that mission is to get Hafiz Saeed. And we have prepared this graphic. And if you look at this map, India knows exactly where Hafiz Saeed's residence is in Lahore. Hafiz Saeed's residence is at a revenue housing society in Lahore, which is roughly about 6.5 kilometers from the Kot Lakhpat jail where he is lodged. And let me show you, about 6.5 kilometers from his residence is the Kot Lakhpat jail. Let's go to the next venue on this map. If you continue this, about 6.5 kilometers, you move to the Kot Lakhpat jail, and that is here, the Kot Lakhpat jail, where Saeed is currently lodged. Hafiz Saeed is kept very, very safe by Pakistan at this Kot Lakhpat jail. Now, if you are asking how far is Kot Lakhpat jail from the Indian border, Kot Lakhpat jail in Lahore to the Attari Wagah border is roughly about 42 kilometers. That's exactly how short a distance it is. The Attari Wagah border is about 40 kilometers from Lahore. And that is why it becomes very, very critical. The Prime Minister, in his speech a few days back, said every terrorist, every terror mastermind will be hunted down. Once again, Mission Hafiz Saeed will be India's target post the Pahalgam attack. And following the Pahalgam terror strike by Pakistan-backed Lashkar-backed groups, our security agencies have zeroed in on Hafiz Saeed. We know exactly where he is. It's public knowledge.
And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you.
Sleepless nights in Islamabad. Pakistan awaits response. Biggest admission of Pakistan on Pahalgam terror plot. Pakistan admits its role in Pahalgam attack. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
What an embarrassment for a country called Pakistan. The country called Pakistan is a global embarrassment, and what a shame. The Pakistan Air Force had put out a video, and in that video the Pakistan Air Force had done many goof-ups. The Pakistan Air Force has been caught using video games and SpaceX videos to pass it off as Pakistan's military. Such a shame. Pakistan has used S-300 missile system in a video. The S-300 system is not even owned by Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't have that missile system but uses S-300 missile system in its video. And the shameless country called Pakistan has also been fact-checked by Twitter. Or X, the social media platform X, has been used to fact-check Pakistan. In fact, Twitter has fact-checked Pakistan Air Force, and this particular video is getting massive backlash on Twiter and also on social media. People are beginning to call out. In fact, there are videos being put out by Pakistan as part of its information warfare. This is the fake video. Look at that. What a shame. What a shame. This is the video they tried to put out, this propaganda video. This is a propaganda video put out by Pakistan. I'm once again repeating the keywords. Propaganda video that was put out by Pakistan. And Pakistan's Air Force has been fact-checked. Pakistan's Air Force has been fact-checked for putting out this video because they've used SpaceX videos. Can you believe it? They've used SpaceX videos. They've used video game shots to promote the Pakistan Air Force. I mean, that's exactly what they need right now. They need video game graphics made by China, supplied by China to push their propaganda. And this country called Pakistan, look at them. The Pakistanis pushing out that video, trying to play mind games with India, have today been fact-checked as of this minute, as we speak, on X.com, which is a social media platform owned by Twitter. Twitter itself has fact-checked Pakistan by saying, hey, Mr. Pakistan and Pakistani generals, you are using SpaceX videos. You are using video games to push your propaganda. This is a breaking news update that we had. This is a big trending story as well as India locks horns with Pakistan as we get ready to respond to Pakistan for the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, readers have also pointed out via community notes on Twitter, that is X.com, that that particular account of the Pakistan Air Force was using videos from SpaceX, video games such as Call of Duty, footage from Turkish drones, an S-300, and claimed it to be their own. 4 copyright violations in one particular propaganda video that was put out by Pakistan. First copyright violation, Pakistan Air Force has used Call of Duty. I repeat, Pakistan Air Force has used Call of Duty. That's a video game, one of the world's most popular video games. And they've used that. And they've used footage from Turkish drones. They've used S-300 missile shots, which they don't own. And then they've also used some pictures of SpaceX, which has now been successfully flagged by Twitter in the community notes. And these are pictures that we have. And in their images, in fact, Pakistan has also, for the first time in a very long time, put out the right picture of India. They've not distorted the picture of India. So congratulations, Pakistan Air Force, for admitting that POK belongs to India. Great job. Taking a short break. Stay tuned.
Sleepless nights in Islamabad. Pakistan awaits response. Biggest admission of Pakistan on Pahalgam terror plot. Pakistan admits its role in Pahalgam Attack. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो fans है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I'll find you through the dust and the storm. I'll find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain. So I'll find you. You can hide in the distance between shadow and dust, but I'll strike you down when you betray our trust. So I'll find you. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my promise. I'll find you.
Defense experts decode India's kinetic response. India's #1 choice on defense strategy and military affairs. Biggest war gaming program with Ornov tonight at 9 p.m. Sleepless nights in Islamabad. Pakistan awaits response. Biggest admission of Pakistan on Pahalgam terror plot. Pakistan admits its role in Pahalgam Attack. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. defense experts decode India's kinetic response. India's #1 choice on defense strategy and military affairs. Biggest war gaming program with Ornov tonight at 9 p.m. Sleepless nights in Islamabad. Pakistan awaits response. Biggest admission of Pakistan on Pahalgam terror plot. Pakistan admits its role in Pahalgam attack. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Sleepless nights in Islamabad. Pakistan awaits response. Biggest admission of Pakistan on Pahalgam terror plot. Pakistan admits its role in Pahalgam attack. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Hello, welcome you watching the Wednesday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan for decades put together have been breeding these terrorists and what we have been calling the Pakistani terror factory. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an admission that has been made by Pakistan that they were part of this jihadist movement, as they called it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an admission that they were the ones who were training these very jihadis. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, once again, I come to you with the full dossier. The direct link between the Pakistani army, Pakistani ISI and the terrorists who have been gunned down here in India. Undeniable proof that I'm going to put out in the next couple of minutes. 15 slides that we are going to take you through and actually tell you how it is proven that these Pakistanis have been trained by none other than the Pakistani army. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Republic accesses what no other channel has. The never-seen-before pictures of Pakistani trained terror handlers breaking this evening. Complete details of Pakistan's terror factory out. Exclusively accessed dossier outlines the elimination of Pakistani terrorists starting from the year 2024 all the way to just about a few months ago. Big admission by Pakistan. Pakistan's foreign minister Ishaq Dar says Islamabad pushed to water down the language in the US proposed statement which originally named and shamed the resistance front.
Find you through these machines I'll carry. The burden of my brothers and sisters' pain.
Forces put out the video of domination at every front, showcases military preparedness. The most definitive expose as yet. Republic has now accessed a full terror dossier. The dossier that's going to tell you how